Very good everybody, welcome to another video. I am your personal monkey ship pilot. My name is Arkady Gidzenko and I will be your captain for today's flight. Today's flight will be another one in our long haul series. We're going to be flying from Tokyo, Japan to Bangkok, Thailand using the PMDG 777-300ER. We're using the Thai Airways International livery. It also comes with the baggage. We're using real world time, real world weather, GSX and the Aerosoft Simple Traffic tool. And the flight time will be around 6 hours 20 minutes. So let me just give the usual disclaimer up front. If you're going to follow the entire flight, please be my guest. Knock yourself out. But I will at some point be going KFK. Have a little shut eye. So it will be a very understimulating experience. Just be warned. But if you're into this kind of thing, it might be very satisfying. Like it could be nice to turn on when you go to sleep, you know, just hear some silly voice and some engine noise, you know. Anyway, here it is, and here we are, so let's get on with it. By now the sun has just come up here in Tokyo. Looks like actually not too bad of a day if you look at the skies. Just coming out of the golden hour, I guess. So this is our equipment for today. So the 777-300ER, and then with the Thai livery that you can see here in front of you. Huge engines. The hydraulic system is not yet powered, so you can see that the rudder is sort of switched to one side. Right, so let's get onto the flight deck and get some things started here. Start up the IGURU. And we get external power. Some logo lights. Maybe some storm lights for now, just so we have something to work with. Let's get our flight plan from Sim.
Boarding requested.
Let's load the route in first. So it was a bit of a stutter there. So I'm not really sure why this little cart is here, because we have the jetway.
Do you want to board crew? Pilot's boarding starting.
Maybe this is something we have to set in the FMC, or actually in the CDU.
Crew boarding starting.
The FS actions, ground connections. I don't know, it says passenger entry jetway. Can request, no, that's something else. There is no second page. You can request stairs here, so that would look like if you go to ground operations. There's passenger entry method is jetway. So I really don't understand why the air stairs are there. But alright. So now we should have all the legs. It's 8 pages long. Departure arrival. Cosidex 200. Cruising 380, it looks like down here.
Your crew has boarded. Passengers boarding starting.
Fuel 51,000. Final reserves 5.3. So routing out of departing runway 34 right with the LAXAS 4 departure. So 34 right, LAXAS 4. Execute. And the arrival, let's put in the arrival anyway for now. 20 right. And we got the east 1 Charlie. 20 right, east 1 Charlie. ILS. Let's see. 20 right, but does not have ILS. I would love to fly ILS, but maybe we can change it to ILS Zulu 19 or 20 left. But let's see here. Go ILS Zulu 20 left. See if we can still get the east 1 Charlie. There we go. So we're just changing to runway 20 left, just so that we have ILS on landing. Execute. Do we have a transition? Regi, RUKSA. Do we have RUKSA? So RUKSA it is. Execute. So now we should have the entire flight plan in. Let's also get the descent winds. You will find these on the VNAV page. Then under descent there is the forecast, and we can just load it up, request it. So this is today's office. Thai Airways International livery. So we're taking 296 passengers today. It's not as many as usual. It will not be a full plane. Right, so I guess that's in. So we go back now to the Itinerary page to set it up further. For performance initialization, this will all be auto-filled, but we'll just go over real quick. We had 360 cost index 200, so that seems to be okay, so we can accept this one. Cost limits. For that we'll use our performance tool. And our departing runway. Three, four lights. Reporting the weather, calculate. Develop weight input. What's happening here? Port from AOFP. Pallet inputs are from 370,000 to 700. This is set to pound for 167,000. Oh, what is going on in here? This doesn't change when I put it on pounds, it stays the same. What the hell is that? Let's try import one aircraft, but we're not fully loaded yet. But at least then we'll have something to work with. So calculate. And that should give us a 40 selected temperature of 45 degrees, takeoff 2. So takeoff 2, 45 degrees. Should give us 87%, and we get 86.2. It is not always the same, and we do not have the correct weights yet. We could maybe do this later again as well, but for now we'll have to put something in there. So that should give us 153 for V1, rotate 157, V2 162, trim 4.75, and flaps 5 takeoff. So flaps 5, the center of gravity, and it gives us trim 4.75, and we got 154, 157. Oops. 162. So that's basically the FMC setup. The aircraft has found its location now. And we should have the fuel on board now. So 51,000 kilograms, you could see that in the OFP, so that's fine. Just double check real quick. 51,000. The block fuel, that's the entire fuel to be used. So we got our fuel, so we can turn on the seatbelt signs. The whole point is you do not have the passengers strapped in while the aircraft is being fueled. And the no smoking sign goes to on. And I guess, let's see, let's turn on the hydraulics. And if we look at the tail, this is now immediately straight, because now the hydraulics system. See, will it actually, if we turn it off, will it go sit sideways again? Maybe not, because it's still holding some pressure, but there it goes. That's so cool. Right, so we turn on the pressure again, and then it snaps into place. Okay, anyway. And why not? Let's just open up the fuel pumps as well. I think basically we set up pretty much everything up here, at least for now. So our cruising altitude, we'll set it to 360,000 initially. Oops. But we might go higher. We'll look at that in a little bit. So 36,000, not 360,000, 36,000. Turn on the flight directors both sides. And we can arm the LNAV and the NADAR. So let's get our little checklist up. So oxygen tested. For the oxygen you will find one on the pilot flying side. And that appears to be oxygen. There will be one here as well. I think there's one or two more throughout the cabin, the flight deck. I think this is the one. Was there another? Next to the other seat, perhaps? No, I don't see it. Anyway, let's test it, I guess. Flight instruments, heading altimeter. So our departure weather today, wind coming from 010 degrees, 12 knots. KAPLI 8 degrees, QNH 1019ers. The altimeter is now actually set to inches of mercury, so we'll put it to hectopascal, and then we'll put it to 1019ers. And that has been set on both sides. So the altimeter has been set, flight instruments heading, I think the rest we can work with. Parking brake, let's set our parking brake as well. And another interesting thing, the brake accumulator, this is now fully pressurized. If we were to turn off all the hydraulics, then obviously this will stay a little bit. But if we start using the with that remaining hydraulic power, if we start using it for the to set the parking brake, you will see it actually start decreasing. So it is now at a little below 3. So if we set it again, see if we can get something. So there you go. But I think the toe brakes is already just pumping the hydraulics straight out of the accumulator until it's just all gone. So you do have a couple of tries, if you will, to set the parking brake and everything before you have to actually fill up the hydraulics, or start up the hydraulics, I should say, rather. But let's not break it. It's an expensive piece of machinery, and it is not ours, and it is not a toy. Well, in fact, actually it is a toy for me, but let's not get into that. Alright, so now, there you go, so the brake accumulator is nicely filled up again. The parking brake, did we set it? Let's set it again. And now that we're here, we can also immediately set our trim for 4.75 that we see right there in the init ref, actually takeoff ref page. And this one goes by increments of 0.25 per thingy. Alright. All the radio panels, we'll have the pilot and the co-pilot go 3121 for our scoping. And let's wait with turning on the T-gas. Just annoys the hell out of me. Right, so pre-flight checklist is completed, and then before start, flight deck door closed and locked, passenger sign that's on, MCP, V2, heading, track and altitude. Most of these were actually set. We'll set 250 knots, the window. And the so I'm just going to check flight deck door. Let's actually just close the sucker. Oh, it's closed, look at it. MCP is the mode control panel up here. So basically it's been set. We could maybe set the runway heading just as a precautionary measure. So our departure runway 34 right. Just get it from the chart here. 34 right, and that likes to go to 338 degrees. So we got our altimeter set, we got our initial altitude. In our case, we just go straight up to cruising altitude. We got the heading set in a box, but we will not be using it. We'll be using lateral navigation, LNAV, and we also engaged VNAV. And we can check here on the primary flight display whether it's armed or not. Then it's armed in white, LNAV and VNAV. So we're good to go there. Takeoff speed, V1, V rotate, V2. The boarding is still in progress, so it might be that the weight is still increasing. So let's just take these speeds. I mean, it's not going to be the end of the world if it's not too precise. We'll manage just fine with these numbers. So takeoff speed, V1, V2, rotate. So we've set it. We set basically V2 speed you can set here, but we set 250 knots. So the maximum speed below 10,000 feet. So CDU pre-flight completed. Trim, we've set that. Taxi and takeoff briefing. Have a look at the takeoff out of 34 right. We'll have the departure chart right here. So what we're looking at, 34 right, so we're heading 338, and I'm guessing we'll take a right turn. So basically just a right turn, does it say? Tango Tango 502 to lock up, take us to TONAR, and then to Imola, and that will take us to LAXAS. So if we check our LAX page, Tango Tango 502, lock up TONAR, Imola, and LAXAS, and then onwards. So for hand flying, we'll just have to bear in mind, when we just follow the flight directives, but that will take us to a right hand turn, and by that time we'll probably engage the autopilot. That's the departure briefing, if you will, or the takeoff briefing, or more like maybe the departure, not actually takeoff. We're parked here at gate number 16, so runway 34 right, the one down there. So the simplest route, probably coming through here, Charlie 1 Alpha, Whiskey. Yeah, so basically we're on Whiskey, so we'll push back the nose to the right, get ourselves onto Whiskey, and just follow Whiskey all the way down. Until we can't take it more, and we'll take a left turn, and then we just keep on going until we can't take it more, and we'll reach runway 34 right, and we'll just get the sucker airborne. You know what I mean. So taxi and takeoff briefing, and then the takeoff, well, I don't think there's really anything takeoff briefing. We'll have our V speeds, it will be called out as well, and then we'll just pitch up and just get through our takeoff flow. So taxi and takeoff briefings completed. We could turn on the beacon. I don't think that might be a little bit premature, but no, let's actually wait. I mean, the boarding is still in progress. There's not as much passengers today. Yesterday I believe we had 376, now we have like 296. So that's quite a difference. So we're over 200 passengers, so boarding is pretty much done. And I'm thinking we should probably open the flight deck door if you want to see people in here. But yeah, we're good. Get back to the flight deck. Let's see, anything else we need to set up? So we have our squawk code. We're squawking Charlie. The TCAS still off. We got the radio panels set up. We've got trim. We'll set the flaps when the engines are running. I'm just going to turn on our beacon. And let's just check this little beacon on. The beacon on, basically, when the beacon is off, it means the aircraft is safe to approach for ground personnel. What the hell, that was loud. But now when the beacon is on, it's telling the ground personnel that it's not safe to approach the aircraft anymore. So we're basically getting ready to start our engines. What I'll do, we are now on external power. So let's first disconnect here. And then we can request that they release it to ground connections and release ground power, and that will be released. So next checklist will probably be before taxi. So first I need to start our engines. Let's clear this message out. And if it would turn into a clickable finger, that would be really nice, thank you. Okay, so next page. So we saw the winds 101 at 8 knots or 12 knots, I believe, what was it? So 101 will be a little bit of a wind from the right. (101) 12 knots. Right, so the engines are shut down, TCAS is off, and the doors are still open. We will set the auto brake to RTO once we're pushed back or pushing back. So basically now we just wait for the boarding to finish. 241, 242. Let's have a look at what, in the meantime, what Tokyo looks like today, this morning. It's early in the morning, the sun has just come up in the land of the rising sun. So one thing that looks really out of place is the correndon sitting here at Tokyo. I do not believe they will fly to Tokyo, but maybe I'm wrong. But usually with the Aerosoft tool that we're using, the simple traffic, it will generate like logical traffic, you know, that you'll see, like China Airlines and all that stuff. So depending on where you are in the world. So we got the city there in front of us now, coming into view. And that's the control tower. Alright, then let's get ourselves back down again. We got two anal plates there to the left of us. I don't know if I'm the only one who reads it like that, but and especially if you look at the logo on the right side there on the fuselage. I mean, some Japanese designer had some really good fun coming up with this logo. I'm telling you, man. So we do have our passengers here. There's the lady whose lap sometimes we sit on. These doors will auto close. It annoys the hell out of me to see them open. It's like, it looks so vulnerable. Why would you do that? Just close them when you don't need them, you know? I mean, what if an elephant walks by, runs into a door, you know? And it's also very sad for the elephant. Well, you know, who listens to Arkady anymore? Alright, man, so what we're looking at? 269 out of 296. I'm just getting ready to go here.
One other thing we can check is the transition altitude. So the altitude at which we switch to standard barometric pressure. And we'll find this on the departure chart. Transition altitude is 14,000 feet. So we got at lockup, we are not allowed to be below 5,000 feet. And at TONAR not allowed to be under 9,000 feet. Am I saying this correctly? Yes, I am. Let's see, this will take us to Imola. And we have to be at least flight level 150. And this is explaining exactly what I was saying earlier, so the transition altitude. So anything that is below transition altitude we just saw was 14,000 feet, or flight level 14,000, or flight level 140. Anything below will be called altitude. Anything above will be called flight level. And that's basically why sometimes you'll hear pilots say, or the ATC say, clear to flight level blah, or clear to altitude blah. And that's actually what the difference is. So at 14,000 feet we will switch. At 14,000 feet we'll switch our barometric pressure basically, which is now at local pressure. Wasn't that supposed to be 1019? Excuse me. Let me just get precise here. 1019. There you go. So so we'll switch over. Let's see. I got 1019 at 14,000 feet, and then it will actually become flight level 140. And the standard barometric pressure is 1013 hectopascal, or 2992 inches of mercury. Alright, the boarding is finished now. There's one more passenger boarding. That is our message. Boarding completed. So prepare for pushback and departure. And then it's going to require us to close up some things. So let's go to ground operations. See if we can remove the chocks. And then this little air stair on the left is always a little bit weird. It's like, what the hell does it exactly do? Yeah, this doesn't appear logical. Okay, well, basically where to, except the anal air stairs are to the left of us. So if there's anything you could do. So, and then you can go to door managers and go close, but then look at it, it will very likely open up again immediately. So something else basically doing this. So maybe we should just leave it. I think GSX is taking care of it. But if it does, then it shouldn't keep reminding us the whole time. But yeah, that's what it does. So we can try and say close all the door management and ground service vehicles. Oh, let's say release all. Ground connection, there's nothing else we can do here. So the doors are still showing open. Oh, there you go. So I guess this is just governed actually by the taxi people, by the pushback people. But then, you know, why is GSX then beeping at me the whole time, you know? I wonder about these things sometimes. And what was our pushback? Nose to the right. And that should take us onto Whiskey. So nose right, tail left. You got it, partner. Parking brake release. Alright, sir. Thank you very much. So, engine number 2. Let's get to the engine page. Oh, that's not the engine page. That is our engine page. So, 14. Let's get some fuel in that. So that's our number 2 engine starting up. So our EGT is dropping now, so we can start engine number 1. And 2 percentage reaches about 10. And we turn on the fuel. Let's get the digital clock. Are they ever going to stop pushing us back? Well, I must say it was a very tender pushback. And we all know tenderness fucking rocks. Alright, so we can confirm 2 running engines, let's just double check real quick. So the engines are looking very happy. So GSX, confirm.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Alright. Thank you, sir. Copy. Let's get a little bit more zoom here for the hand flank the departure, or at least part of it. So there this guy is proving to us that he has our pin, or not our pin, but, you know, sometimes he just uses a second one, you know, to just fool you. And then actually the pin is still in there. They do this like as April Fool's Day, you know, and then you crash and everybody laughs, you know, and then you all get drunk during Christmas. Yes, we can confirm. Okay, cool. Very good. Thank you very much. So, that's Ryuichi, everybody. Ryuichi. Great composer. Alright. So we're pretty much good. Runway turn-off lights. Taxi lights. Let's have a before taxi checklist back. The anti-ice is on auto. Oops, recall. Let's check our recall. See if anything is on fire. Recall is happy. It's just saying TCAS is off. Let's actually turn it on. You can turn it on at the runway. You can turn it on now, I guess. Vehicle checked. Auto brake to reject the takeoff. RTO. Check. Flight controls. We'll check our flight controls. Oops. So we put it on FCTL, flight control. So the aileron full left, neutral. Fully to the right, neutral. And the elevators fully up, neutral, and fully down. And neutral, they are working. And then our rudders I go fully to the left, neutral, and all the way to the right, looking beautiful. I couldn't have done it better myself. Alright, checklist of flight controls checked, ground equipment is clear, and then we'll have the before takeoff checklist, so that's basically flaps to 5, so we'll set our flaps now. The flaps are moving, and this will auto check, and that's our before takeoff checklist complete. So let's remove the, release the parking brakes. Let's not remove them, we could use them after landing, and let's just get going. So stay on whiskey where we are now, and that until we can take it no more, and then we'll take a left turn onto Alpha until we can't take it no more, and that will get us onto runway 34 right, as we saw. This aircraft can basically taxi itself on idle, so around a little under 30 knots of ground speed. I guess just turn the engines back to idle, because it will otherwise just keep us accelerating. Here's your ground speed, the top left corner of the navigational display. So first time we're flying the Thai Airways International on the channel, and even off the channel, never flown them before. So 29 knots, let's go back to idle of engines. Now our ground speed 30 knots. So yeah, we're still on track, and then we'll get over here, and that's it. Just this is one of the easier taxi routes. And 30 knots is basically your maximum ground speed for taxiing at most airports. And also online, when you're doing this on flat sim, you know, you don't want to go faster, or you'll get into trouble. Don't say I didn't warn you. The speed is holding steady on idle engines. Pretty nice. Just 30 knots there. So our TCAS is on. I usually do that at the runway, but what we'll do at the runway is the landing lights and the strobe lights, and otherwise everything A-OK. All systems go. Alright, so here comes our turn. So let's reduce some speed. So this must be one of the most boring corners of the airport. Although the right side doesn't look that boring, but so very long airplane this, look. Just like the shadows at this hour, also quite long. That's just me getting poetic. Alright, ground speed 18 knots. Looks like you're going uphill a little bit. So they figured, like, you know, we have an airport there, let's just make an industrial area out of it as well, you know? How cool is that for your logistics? So that's where we're driving now. So I have to be careful not to slip over somebody's lunch, like left like a banana peel or something, you know, which will not show because it's also yellow. So if it happens to fall on one of these lines, man, we're in big trouble. Alright, man, what is coming up? That's our runway. Look at the little bridge here, man. I like it. But that will not be our runway today. Okay, so we're actually approaching the runway. Let's get our cabin crew ready. Cabin crew, please take your seats for takeoff. There, that wasn't polite, so let's turn on the landing lights. And the strobe lights go on as well. And I think we're drifting. What happened here? Yeah. So take off a right turn, and we'll just follow the needles. Clear on the approach side. Reduce speed a little bit. 15 knots, about the maximum, I guess, if you want to take a turn, or maybe for this aircraft might be a little fast too. So there's Tokyo. Alright, so I guess we're totally good. The before takeoff checklist has been completed, and now we have the after takeoff. It's landing gear up, flaps up. So nothing too complicated. Here's our departure route. We cannot zoom in any further, so this is what we'll use. And then after takeoff, we'll try to follow the flight directives. So without any further ado, but then literally not a single ado, let's start the timer, and we'll set thrust initially for about 50% N1. Once the engine stabilize, get nice and comfortable, like, hey man, you guys are ready to rumble, you know, and they're like, well, don't you hear? And then we go set takeoff thrust. Applying a little bit of forward pressure on the stick.
80 knots.
It should help maintaining alignment, and you can let go around 100 knots or so. So standing by for rotating at around 150 something.
Rotate. V2. Positive rate of climb.
Gear up. Well, there's the city of Tokyo. Here comes our turn to the right. We're a little bit high pitched. At the same time, it looks like the vertical profile is a little bit shallow. Not sure why that is. We can go flaps 1 now. And we're around 1500 feet, so we should be at the acceleration altitude. And that always requires you to go nose down a little bit. So carry on with our turn. Something like that. So goodbye Tokyo. There's some crazy shit happening in that town, man. Well, let's be reasonable. What town doesn't have crazy shit? Flap up. So not doing too bad. Nose slightly high. So let's turn off the All the turn off lights and the taxi lights. Auto brake has gone to the off position, landing gear up, flaps up, so after takeoff checklist complete. I got a little bit enthusiastic there, banking to the right. In simulator it's very easy for me to forget that I'm flying an airliner full of people in the back, crying babies, vomiting grandmothers, and maybe even actually some dogs and cats, you know, or camels that are sitting in the holding, you know, the animal holding that is. It's a special holding for animals, pressurized, it's temperature, you know. They won't be sitting with the dynamite and the dildos. Well, let's just turn on the autopilot now. It's enough hand flying for today, or at least for this departure. So AP is on, confirmed. Plus rev, LNAV, VNAV speed. We're almost at 10,000 feet, so the nose will start to drop momentarily. At which point we can release the passengers if we want. Alright, 10,000 feet. Landing lights off. And seatbelt signs go to auto. So have a look out the window. That is cool, look at that. Okay, I might be very ignorant, but I have no clue what that is. But it does look very cool. So there's the city again, to our right. Here's our beautiful airplane. 777-300 with Thai Airways International livery. Oops. And the fresh sun just came up over the Japanese horizon. Look at us, shining on the left side of our aircraft. Right, so let's get back to the flight deck. So we've passed 14,000 feet. Let's see if we can get mouse control back 14,000 feet, so we can switch to standard pressure. You can see the drop, the difference in temperatures if you click it again. You know, so we're now on standard pressure, speed 319er, and that is aiming for 320, TONAR 9,000 feet or above, and it's in 2 miles. So we do not need the zoomed in version, so let's zoom out a little bit more now. So our top of climbs in about 60 miles or so. So anything else we need to do? Let's just quickly do a double check. Speed 319, also climbing to 70,000. Plus rev, LNAV, VNAV speed, AP is on. We do not need the checklist for a couple of hours now. Let's go to the com page. The VTBS, can we just copy this? Yeah, there you go, VTBS. And then when you go to flight information, ATIS request, put it in there, and we'll use the PMDG version and auto, so we'll get updates and set it. And so keep giving us updates throughout the entire flight. So we'll get weather updates. Sometimes it's once every hour, like we saw yesterday, flying to Honolulu out of San Francisco. Sometimes you'll get it like twice per hour. So at least we get some live weather. You can also like monitor trends and everything. You know, if you have like a list of weather reports, you can see if the weather appears to be changing, the wind like appears to be changing, like it did yesterday. And basically it turned about 180 degrees or so. Now, curious about the step climb. We'll be climbing to 360, or flight level 360. And then there is planned flight level 380. And it's expecting us to go higher? No, 380. Now, yesterday, I actually saw that it did automatically climb after all. When I came back, I found ourselves at 380. So here's our first weather report. We can see the COM message there, and APU running, and we can turn that off. We don't need the APU at the moment. It's just burning fuel. It's not a lot, but it's still burning it, and yeah, we're not using it. Let's get new messages. Information November, 2100 Zulu. So that was like 28 minutes ago. Surface wind 200 degrees, 6 knots, visibility 10 kilometers, clouds fewer 2003, temperature 28, 2.24, QNH 100. We don't need this at all at the moment. But there we have it. So what's that to the left of us there? Let's have a look. There's a bunch of small islands. We got a bunch of colleagues there. So almost at 30,000 feet. Then it will be a while before it does the step climb to 380. This has to do with our current weight. So the weight is basically becoming less and less since we're burning more and more fuel. So at some point it will be more efficient to fly higher. And at other points it will not. So you can see this on the VNAV page. I believe it's on the VNAV page. First we have to get to the FNC. Menu. VNAV. Climb. Is it here? There we go, to cruise. So cruising maximum currently would be 378. Recommended at the moment will be flight level 360. But this will change over time. So the maximum number, 378, in a couple of minutes will reach 379. And it will just slowly climb up, and at some point there is a transition and we'll just climb to 380. And when is it expecting that to happen? We got like 12 pages here. So 360 for a bunch of waypoints. And then after NADAR we go to Aluyo. And Aluyo we go after Aluyo we go to TONAR, and TONAR is 380. It's like a couple of 100 miles. Top of climb coming closer. You also should see step climb on the navigational display as well, just like you have T/C, top of climb. There will also be S/C for a step climb. It's not showing Aluyo, so maybe it was a bit further. Yeah, there you have it, S/C, right before TONAR. So it's 320, I don't know how many miles, it's a lot. I forget the name of this mountain. I'm very sorry that I'm such an ignorant pilot. But if you want to talk about music, I can tell you a lot. So they went now 292 or 109. That's a pretty heavy headwind. So speed is now chasing Mach numbers. To 35 miles, we're now on our way to Bob now. And the top of climb will be in between. Be tourists and have a look out the window. I mean, that looks really cool, man. I've never been there, but I can imagine when you're like in this neighborhood, driving around or whatever, or just sitting outside somewhere, must look really pretty to have these this high terrain, these features in the background. And they're not actually in the background; they're pretty much in the foreground. You'll see them anywhere, just like in Cape Town with Table Mountain. It's just magical. It's really, really beautiful. Oh, what is happening there? Well, I think that's my Red Hot Chili Pepper CD, man. I forgot it there. Can I jump? Oh, I think I can. It looks like everybody else has jumped. Let's get to the flight deck, man. So almost at cruising altitude. A very steady airplane, this PMDG 777. Really growing on me a lot. Been flying for the last couple of days. And never even went to the toilet. Never went for a drink, never slept, just been flying it for a couple of days. But yeah, I'm really getting used to it a little bit. I do feel a little bit lonely. Look at that. Yeah, we go. But yeah. So at least this chair can wave at me every now and then, you know. And it makes me feel a little less pathetic, you know. Right, so here's our cruising altitude. We're now 17 minutes and 30 seconds into the flight. And this is interesting, actually. Yesterday, at this very same point, in the process, if you will, the engines were still at climb and not at cruise. And I figured that was because it's going to do a step climb to 380, and it's simply not there, and therefore it's sort of figuring, well, and technically I'm in climbing mode, you know. At the same time, yesterday I really rushed through because I had to get going to go do something, but so maybe I missed it, but I did actually look at it, and I even said it, I believe. So, yeah, that's interesting. I'm not sure what the logic is behind this, how that works. What I don't understand, you know, because just obviously something I don't understand. So I'm curious what it is. Cruise. And yeah, I believe yesterday we also had a look immediately like at the VNAV page. You can see your cruising altitude. But it was the same situation, 360, step to 380, just like now. The exact same numbers, I think, even. And but then it was saying climb, so I really don't know why that is. Maximum flight level currently still 378, but it was only a couple of minutes ago. So total fuel 45.9 thousand kilograms. We're not using the center tanks, just the outer tanks. So the no smoking sign is on, and the seatbelt sign is on auto. You know, every time, like every now and then, doing some regular checks. You know, like is the autopilot still on? Which basically which speed mode are we in? And the LNAV, VNAV, are they actually on? Not aren't, but actually on? Because the primary flight display is always telling you what it actually is doing. So you can look here on the remote control panel and think, well, I have LNAV on and a VNAV on, but if the aircraft for any reason needs to do something else, it might not show you here. But what's showing you here is basically like a feedback, like this is what I'm actually doing. So this is what this is your input, this is what do I want, and this is your output, what do I get? If you look at it like that, you'll probably never forget. And yeah, so this is quite essential. And the mistake that I made a lot was to not look at the AP when I turn on or off the autopilot, you know. So that's something I try to get into my system. And then you always check your speeds and obviously altitude and your rate of climb or descent. Okay, so we get a new message now, and it's time 21:39. So probably this half-hourly updates. Go to new messages. Information Oscar issued 21:30. So yeah, that's it. We're not going to study it. We don't need it for the next 5 hours or so. Oh, that's a beautiful scene, man. And there is a live stream to sushi. Like anything fresh, it is still swimming. So initially the idea for this flight was to sort of try and follow the sun. But obviously by the time, you know, by the time we got ready for streaming and set up for flying, you know, the sun kept moving. That's what you get with real world time and real world weather. But I do like the element of it a lot. Obviously just generating weather based on the weather reports, right? So like this is then what you could expect. But yeah, it's makes for it adds something to the immersion element, you know, like because it's actually like you feel like this is what it would be like there at this moment, you know. It's a kind of weird human psychological thing going on there, I guess. But you know what they say, like normal is what everybody else is and you are not. probably the moment you figure it out, you realize, hey man, we're all just crazy, we're all just beautiful, it's all, you know. Probably should stop judging, but let's not get all Christian and bullshit. Or actually like philosophical. I always feel a little bit funny when I see that the no smoking sign is actually on. But I'm sitting here on the flight deck and I'm smoking, you know. But every now and then, like once every 75 flights or so, I will turn off the no smoking sign and I'll just tell the people, you know what, light up. But it gets messy when you do that, especially during cruise. You know, when people start opening windows, because obviously, you know, it's fucking gross. So people will start to open windows, you know, stuff starts flying around, like you lose like a cabin attendant or something, you know, because they get stuck in the window. There's all kinds of crazy shit that can happen, you know. And then who's to blame? The pilots, you know, because they say, well, you're sitting closest to the bottom. I've filed complaints about this with my boss, and yeah, that's basically what got me fired. Is the outside world still with us? Which actually was a very relevant question when you consider the one of the, I believe it was a Stephen King story, like on television when I was younger, about people in an aircraft, and then they looked down and they were like, oh my god, everything is gone below us. It was a really weird movie. And then I looked down, there was just like a void, you know, there was just nothing, really nothing. As if like everything got erased, you know. And then these people were up in the sky, like, yeah, so what the hell are we going to do now? Where are we going to land? You know, the good news is you can then also not crash. But I can imagine at some point you'll get really hungry. Does say actually here to step climb 345 nautical miles. Where's actually the exact? I was trying to do the really quick math, or well, math or calculation is a better word, I guess. Like how far will it be, you know? But yeah, it's actually it says a time. Something I forgot. These basically the progress page and the VNAV page, they show a lot of information, but they don't show it always. Just like, for instance, when you want to know when is my top of descent, you could go to the descent page, you know, you click next page. So you have 3 out of 3. So this page 3 out of 3. But it doesn't always show immediately. So though, you know, you have to be a lot closer, I guess. Unless it may have something to do with the fact that we're not totally on the cruising altitude yet, but I don't think that's actually it. I think I've experienced being at cruising altitude and simply not seeing the top of climb yet, or the top of descent. Actually here it says it as well, cruise, step to flight level 380 at 2228 Zulu. 337 nautical miles. And our ETA will be 0300 Zulu. You should see this on the progress page as well. It should always be VTBS or the arrival airport. And I believe with either next or this, I believe it was destination. You can set any waypoint and just type it in. So for instance, Aluyo. Aluyo, just type it in. And I believe you can put it on next, no, you put on destination. And then it's just showing you this is an en route waypoint. Distance go 147 miles. The fuel once we're there will be 42.8. We're now 44.7. You can see that right there. And the time will be 22:05 Zulu, which is in about 15 minutes or so. That's pretty nice. You can actually set a given waypoint. So the winds, I haven't really looked into that a lot. Headwind, crosswind, 56 to 77 degrees. Not really sure what this is saying. Crosswind, right 73 knots. I don't know what VTK is. I think cross track, not sure. Yeah, maybe cross track, vertical track, I'm not really sure. Just try to sort of figure it out. Fix, yeah, we can set a fix around the runway, but we'll do that later on. When we're, either when I get back or, well, or before that. Not when I'm not here. Alright, so that's all of the, yep. And what is that message? Descent forecast uplink is ready. And you will see a reminder here saying FMC, flight management computer. That's basically the system behind this. Descent forecast uplink ready. What the hell did we find this under VNAV? Or we were on FMC com, wind. Where do we load it? I'm getting lost in here. Let's see, that's cleared out, no smoking, that will remain on. So the recall is just a very tiny little button here. So one thing about Japan, when I'm at the airport, there's always so many Japanese people. So with this side, and this looking at the sea, I think I'm gonna go this moment for a little bit more dynamic view. And I'll just see what my guitar can do a little bit. Enough of soothing music for now. These things can be soothing for me, but maybe not always for the listeners. So the aircraft is starting to dance with the music just a little bit late. But, you know, I can understand, you know, it's an aircraft. I mean, when you think about it realistically, when did you ever see an aircraft really like dance? I mean, think about this, it's ridiculous. Everybody knows they do not have any kind of rhythm, you know. They're just like cold, and then they can get hot like in no time, and they can get cold again, like they give you the cold shoulder, you know, like, or sometimes you get the wing in your face, you know. But man, we'll just have to get along, you know. Alright man, so let's have a look outside. So we're backed by the sun. I don't know if it's only me, maybe you have it as well, but when I look at this aircraft and I see Thai, I'm looking at the menu and I'm waiting, I'm anticipating food. I just am. To read Thai and I see the symbols and the colors and I just want to eat. I'm like, okay man, so what are you serving? And I'm like, what do you mean what I'm serving? You know, like, we're flying your ass, your fat ass, you know, from A to B. So you eat yourself fat at A and then you go to B and you shit and then you eat some more and you get even fatter. You shit more when you get back to B or C, or A or C, you know. And then you're asking us, and that's, maybe also that's why the aircraft sometimes don't have a rhythm. So I do have a problem every now and then. Yeah, it's working again. So step climb coming up. $211 miles. So I'm just going to get myself a drink from the galley. So I'll just leave you with a little external view for a bit, and I'll be right back. Right, so it looks like the aircraft is still flying. So I believe the rumors of the aircraft crashing in my absence, during my absence, were slightly overstated and exaggerated. So I feel like a fly wanting to go out, you know, like, and it just keeps on trying. So we got a little bit of shadow here from the sun. I'm curious if we get our sunshades off. I don't think really it does anything with the shadows, but maybe we should change the color link a little bit. Try it again. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. Maybe I just really want it very bad. It looks nice. Let's just keep it like that. So basically, like what we're doing now, we're like a flank, like in front of the sun. So the sun just came up, and then we came up as well. So basically, together we're flying over the Earth, you know. So you could do this for like quite long. So you could have like a really long day, you know, when you're flying like this. Like longer than when you would be on the ground. For most places. I don't believe in the 777 by PMDG. No, you cannot. The steering column is just in place. With the PMDG 737, you can click them and it will go down a little bit. Other aircraft, you can click either there at the base or there at the base when it's mounted on the panel in front of you. And it will just get out to your side, because sometimes you just need to reach behind it, you know, look behind it. And obviously in a simulator it's not really 3D, so that's why they do that. But in this aircraft, I believe you can set it in your menu there, on the CDU. It's time 2200 hours, so we should be expecting a new weather report soon. You can see issued at 2100 and issued at 2130. But the one that was issued at 2130 only got delivered to us at 2139. That's quite normal in the game. I do like delivery, even though it makes me hungry. I mean, right? Doesn't it look like a local delivery service that's delivering Thai from the Thai joint around the corner, you know? And you're on your way home after work or whatever, you see this little car driving around with these colors, those letters, the logo, everything. And you're like, hey, I think I'm gonna eat Thai tonight, you know? No new weather report yet. Let's get the air page. And on the air page we can see the pressurization system here. And obviously we'll have the temperatures. I think yesterday they were at Fahrenheit, or it was like insanely hot, like 79 degrees, which is obviously going to kill a person. So on the flight deck it's 24 degrees, and it's managed as 24 degrees as well. It's throughout the entire plane, so it might actually be a little bit hot. Flight deck temperature, it says right here for this one. So you can turning that down, and the cabin temperature, just I don't know, put on the first dot or something. So it's not too hot inside the aircraft. We can see now that we sort of requested like 20 degrees on the flight deck and 22 throughout the rest of the plane. I'm not sure about the aft and bulk, what they keep in there, because there should be something specifically for animals as well, because sometimes people travel with animals. Air conditioning, equipped cooling, gas, circulating fans, right back, left back. These are all on auto. Bleed air system, pressurization. Fuel pumps, fuel jets, and auto start engine mode. Cargo. Got some circuit breakers up here. Cargo temp select. Bulk low, off, high. Aft, off, low, high. I don't know, maybe animals are in the aft or something. In the aft holding, I don't know. Anything else, I don't believe it would be here. Emergency lights, special oxygen, window heaters are all on. Electrical system. I don't know, maybe it's this then, and then I would guess it will be the aft cargo, and that bulk cargo is probably, you know, bulk. All kinds of trash in there, suitcases. speed test does not appear to do anything. And we cannot press the circuit breakers. So if we click on this, the MADRU, and the aircraft loses its GPS signal. So my suggestion is to not click it. Storm lights are still on. We have some dome lights. Storm lights are always like totally bright lights. We could maybe get some. I'm never sure which they are. Let's just put them all to the right. Oh, it's doing that again. Oh, I knew it. I regret this immediately. This is better, okay. So panel. This one. I'm looking actually for the integrated lights, the intake lights. But, well, we don't really need them. We'll have the sun with us for the entire flight. So APC on, speed LNAV VNAV path, target speed 0.847 Mach, 0.845, so that's on target. And ground speed 417 knots. So 282103, I'm curious to see the wind situation on the OFP that we had. If that sort of seems to match up, yes or no. Average wind 278063. Okay, so just got a little more windy and the direction is pretty much the same, 282 and 278, just 063. It's now a lot more, 103. So step climb coming closer, but still a bit out. So now you can see, for instance, we burned a lot more fuel, or not a lot, but we burned a little more fuel, and the max flight level now is 381. And that makes sense that our step climb is then coming up in 124 nautical miles, so we just need to burn a little bit more fuel. So I'm guessing we could, if you want to know, well, we don't know where, there is no waypoint actually for the let's see how to do this before I start talking nonsense. Basically what I would like to know is how much fuel would we have once we reach our step climb. It would be ideal if we could set like a waypoint right on the step climb marker and then enter that in the progress page like we did with, now it says VTBS, and then you can see what the fuel will be when you're there. It could give us some idea of what the aircraft would like us to in terms of fuel. So currently we're carrying 42,000 and we'll be there in 20 to 27 in 17 minutes. So I don't know what the fuel burn rate is. Actually we should be able to see. Might be on the engine page. Fuel flow 3.4. I think I just start to regret this line of inquiry immediately. So we have a new weather report. Let's have a look at that. Home page. Information pop-up. Let's get a proper view. Surface wind 180 degrees. 6 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers. Clouds fuel at 2,000 feet. And that's it. Temperature 28, 1010. So between 180 degrees, the runway that we have planned for now is 20 left. And that's fine, like a 20-degree angle, and 6 knots is nothing. Like yesterday at Honolulu Airport, there was quite a lot of wind, and we got a tailwind as well on touchdown, on final approach. And yeah, but we'll crab a little bit, and then straighten out at the last end. It was a bit of a wonky landing, but very decent. I was happy with it. I'd like to keep on refining them. It's like the coolest thing when you're flying, and then hopefully, you know, just have to do it so many times, just get better and better at it. And I'm nowhere near a professional, you know, in the flight sim, you know. But this is definitely improving, which feels really cool. You get like a sense of, I don't know, like accomplishment, you know, like you get some dopamine going, I guess. Like, hey man, I did this. I landed a fake airplane on my computer. And what's the cool thing about these payware aircraft, you know, these PMDG, and not only the payware, the fly-by-wire, they are also really good. And you can actually learn a lot about the actual airplane, you know, if you're interested. It's just very cool. And obviously, not all features will be in all the planes. But you know, if you don't fly a plane like that yourself, you basically never know. But there's like so many features, and then if you compare that to the stock aircraft that you get with Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, they're just like, you're just sitting around chilling, you know, and you're pressing like a button and, oh, it doesn't work. I got really spoiled, I must say, like seriously spoiled. Like I feel like a snob, you know, when I hardly ever fly any of the stock aircraft anymore. Which probably means the aircraft that I bought are actually worth the money, you know. They're actually being used. Well, that's basically also bullshit. There's a lot of planes that I bought and I hardly ever fly. But still, you know, at least they have basically everything working. So definitely more cloud coverage here. Let's see on the world map where the hell we are. Why did it make it that small? Where's the map? There you go. So we're just about ready to leave Japan. Do this. So basically our top of the set, now that will not be RUKSA, I think it will be before. I think this is the start of the arrival. No. So step climb initially was a little bit shy, and but then, you know, she got to trust us and so slowly come towards us. So let's not make any sudden movements, you know. We do not want to scare away the little birdie, you know. Approaching us, a hop and hop, you know. So hopefully Mike will be joining us soon on one of our future streams. I always like having Mike with us, and he's a little bit weird. Like, check this, when you look outside, you will actually see him sitting right next to me, and sometimes he even clones himself and he puts himself in my seat, and then I look like Mike as well. And there's like Mike sitting there like a couple of pilot twins, you know? Just like now, there's two mics, look at that. So I'm mic number 1, if I may. Actually, I'm mic number 2. Yeah, I'm mic number 2. Because obviously this is the official mic. I do really appreciate the visuals, man. The sunscreen being all dirty, full of filthy, funky, grody fingers, with potato chips and nachos and snot and slime and ooze. Or windscreen wipers. Not sure what all of these are. There are a bunch of probes here, obviously. I don't know if this has vital tubes as such, or just uses like some industry style probes. I'm guessing, wasn't this the air conditioning system, the high-powered air inlet door? So it's the inlet of air, I guess. And I believe that gets mixed up with I believe the air from the engine is warm, and then there's air from outside. I believe they sort of mix it up, but I'm not really sure. I'm actually already amazed that I think I remember something from what I saw. So oh, look at them sitting there together, all cozy. They have like the best view. Look at that. Sorry, the camera won't hold still. There's some serious detail in this sucker, man. It's amazing. Really cool. What do you have here? What are these little, look like holes? Anyone, any idea what they might be? I'm curious to know. And all the liquid, the residual, whoops, what's happening? Yeah, like a liquid stuff like this here. I got a little bit disoriented there for a second with the camera. Back on track. So it's got really miniature guns. And then a little cannon. So in case anyone sees this aircraft flying by at 413 knots of ground speed, at least they get a chance to say it was a Boeing 777 that hit me, thanks to them putting it on the outside of the aircraft. So those kinds of things are really considerate, you know, and I believe that's where the world should be heading towards, you know. So what does this say? Manual latch operation. There's like a whole manual on how to do it. To unlatch the door, unlock the door, see the lock handle, etc. So that's one of the cargo doors. Good day, sir. Look, man, you know I'm here. Please. Sir? So the other day, there was a dude looking out of the window. I think it was this man. Alright, so let's not disturb these people. Just try to enjoy a little flight. Push your red flaps, pull out handle, rotate the chamberlain, pull door outward. Well, it sounded fine, but don't do it. Some aircraft you see little degree markings on that metal strip here for the elevators. There's a bunch of more little guns, like a really tiny laser cannons. Because sometimes the aircraft may be, you know, there may be birds, you know, or really tiny other aircraft, like super tiny, and they get into these like miniature little wars, you know, like we don't even notice. I'm thinking APU exit, well, exhaust. I hope the APU doesn't have an exit. And there's another really tiny little artillery. So some people, sometimes they, you know, when the bathrooms are occupied, they will just open the door. So here we are, let's see, so they open the door. And there's a little walkway. and then you can just go here. And you can just be, or maybe do a number 2. You go sit like this, and you know it goes off the wing. It's a very efficient system. It's usually not advised to use this when you're flying over populated areas, but you know sometimes shit happens. If you know what I mean. You know, so sometimes it's just like that. But a very nice, very accommodating, very clear. Must compliment whoever thought this up. Very clear. You can clearly see which is the right path, and there's a very clear black line indicating, hey, this is definitely a boundary, you know. And then, yeah, basically when you're done, you get it. So that's why usually these seats are either really expensive or really cheap, you know. It's usually the people who sit here just really want to sit there either, but yeah, it depends on the airline. But yeah, that's the left side air toilet, or lavatory really actually. And there's just a woman dreaming, looking out the window, with a bit of a dreamy look. Some more probe thingies. High powered air inlet door to keep out when power is on. That's the wing inspection light. So if you want to check from inside the plane to see if there's any ice buildup on the edges and on the leading edges of the wings, then you can turn on a little light, and that is this one, it's your icing light. And I can show you inside the cockpit on the flight deck which button that is. Let's do this now. I believe you only have these 4 buttons here. Wing, so that's the wing inspection light. It's obviously, well, we can see it's on. There we go. And it's just shining on the wings and the engine, so you can check for ice. Let's turn it back off. You know, probably 2 access panels. Static ports. Some more static ports. I don't remember what the static ports do again. I believe they may have to do with detecting your airspeed. I believe they measure a difference in air pressure or something, but I'm not really sure. I don't know what these are. They look like sort of plug kind of thingies. I think I'm going to email Boeing, or maybe leave like a review on Yelp that there's a hole in my aircraft. Oh, I know. This is when this is like for a power reset, so of the internal battery. You know, it's like basically like a reset button. High powered outflow valve. Keep out when power is on. do oxygen discharge. Okay, not sure when you would use such a feature. Okay, interesting. There's some probes, I guess. Timon Con, if I pronounce this correctly. Wi-Fi on board. So I guess we just did a spontaneous fly around of the aircraft. So yeah, I'm really sorry to break this to you, but I'm afraid that your pet fly, I think I found it. I was at the store the other day and I saw this little, what do you call them, these little papers where people are selling things and offering things, and there was a person looking for their lost pet, so their fly ran away. And then later, during a walk around before one of these flights, I noticed that was the very same fly as on the picture. I'm very sorry that this had to happen. But he's with his own kind now, as you can see. And yeah, we wish him all the best. And you know, we thank him for transferring our diseases, you know, so we don't have to do it ourselves. It's the same like cockroaches, right? Like everybody hates on them, but they are spreading our disease, so we don't have to do it ourselves, you know. Like, what do we want? So that looked like a microphone there for a second. I was getting ready to stick. Forward access door support door at center when open, I think. Keep handle fully opened when closing. Door open, extend and rotate, close, rotate and stop. So I'm guessing, what is that? I'm actually wondering now, is this like the landing gear? The main gear, the nose gear? I think that's under here then. Cool. Let's get to the flight deck, see what's happening up here. We're now at flight level 380, so the step climb has been performed automatically. Let's get to the progress page, to step climb none. And VNAV page is now displaying cruise stage, because that's where we're at. And descent. So there's no top of descent information just yet. No smoking on. What's the time? 22:36. So I believe we get them like 10 minutes after issuing the weather. This was 9 minutes later, this was 10 minutes later, yeah, so in a couple of minutes we'll get the latest weather report for Bangkok. So once we're landed, we're in the Bangkok pit. I don't know, I had to say it, I had to hear myself say it. I had to hear, well, not necessarily myself, but I had to hear it. So this is our aircraft looking a little bit grumpy, and I guess it's because during one of the earlier streams I may have disclosed a slightly medical condition that our aircraft is suffering from, which is that it likes to drink a lot. And especially during the long-haul flights, you know. And at every airport we're landing, it wants a drink. When we go to the fuel bar, we get fuel, and we get it all into its system. The thing is just running. I mean, think about this. It's just running on liquids, you know. And yeah, I can understand. It's feeling a little bit of shame, you know. You should just start thinking up in terms of solutions rather than getting lost in the feeling. You know, it has a function to sort of like trigger you, but then the next step should come, you do something, right? So that's what he's trying to do, but sometimes during a process like that, you know, people can get a little bit turn inward a little bit, get a little bit grumpy. Well, the same goes for airplanes, you know. They can turn inward a little bit, they might get a little bit grumpy, and well, that's basically what we're seeing here. But he's pushing through, you know, and he's making good progress. We're already at flight level 380, you know, and you know, so he's definitely functioning. And yeah, we're all very impressed. Alright, so what are we looking at? A little bit of gaps in the clouds. And we are waypoints, legs, TONAR, 31 nautical miles. Let's zoom out a little bit. We cannot zoom any further, so it's still like a bunch of hours to go. We're expected to arrive at 0323. That's in about 5 hours or so, roughly. So still no weather update. Time is now 39, so hopefully within a minute or so. So in a little bit from now, the time will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just if anyone ever doubted that, there's your proof. Right, so we have a new message. Surface wind still 1 at 0 degrees, it's now down to 5 knots. Still a few clouds at 2,000 feet, 28 degrees, and QNH 1010. And that's information Quebec. So, cancel that. Alright, so I have this open tuning, and I have the capo on the 7th position. It's like a major chord. I never really play with this tuning, so I've no clue really what is happening. definitely an interesting tuning.
really interesting tuning to play around with. And not only the tuning, but also the fact that it's that I'm using a capo on the 7th position. That gives it a really interesting little coloring, which I can appreciate. So what are we looking at outside? Not a whole lot, if anything, on here. There's the little black page. Lingua, so we can set our language. That's Italian. Let's get to the flight deck. So the last two streams that I did in this aircraft, when I went AFK, and then I came back, and then it said here, I came back in the autopilot. I don't know if it was on or off, it was just panicking, call loud and everything. Let's see if my mouse works again, yeah. So, yes, and then there were these 3 messages here, pilot input or whatever, pilot response, so probably had given us some warnings that, yeah, like, but, you know, we're still able to land and fly and everything, so nothing to worry there, but it was very interesting. So not sure if that has anything to do with me walking around in the back and then just playing with my camera angles, and then accidentally, let me do it, disengage the autopilot, and it says autopilot disconnect. It was this sound, but it didn't say autopilot disconnect. Let's get rid of the warning sign there. It doesn't like it. Well, we'll turn on the autopilot again. Well, actually, this is a second quick system, so now actually they're off. So let me do that again. So autopilot on. So you click it, starts whining, and you click it again to sort of like confirm, you know. So now basically our autopilot's off, so let's just turn that on again. As you can see here, it switches from autopilot to flight direct. So we click really quickly. You won't hear anything. Alright, so the autopilot back on, speed L19 FPAD, and 38,000 feet. So the weather at Bangkok currently quite stable, but a lot can happen in about 5 hours or so. So now 1 hour 36 minutes into the flight. Flight time I believe is 6 hours and 20 minutes or something. Let me check on the OFP that I have on Simbrief. Or not the OFP, but actually the overview. So air time 6 hours and 13 minutes, block time 6 hours 41 minutes. To air time 6 hours 30 minutes, alright. So at some point there will probably be a nice and comfortable little nap coming up for the pilots, in which case I will retreat and find myself a cozy little place to lie down. So actually pilots do fly, do sleep on flights. Let's say they, you know, their shift is up, and you know, the other pilots come in to take over, but maybe like, you know, they have to work like another like 10 hours or so they're trying to get like a couple of hours of sleep, you know, so to just stay well rested as much as they can, you know. During these long haul flights, there's always like more than 2 pilots, obviously. So that not any one pilot has to fly 2 long hours, you know. It's not safe. So the other day when we were flying, I believe from Dubai to Amsterdam or from Seattle to Amsterdam, something like that, we had like fuel on board like 75,000 kilograms, and it was like, I believe that's about around the fuel weight of a 737. So I might be mistaken, but I believe that it's really that heavy. So now carrying 36.7 thousand kilograms, expected 9.3 when we arrive, so it's more than enough. There's no top of descent data yet. Right, so we're still flying. Always a good start, and obviously want to know where we're flying. We got one of those lost little islands again. If this is your hometown, I sincerely apologize for my blatant ignorance. So just like this, when I came back the other day, on 2 streams it was beeping at us and beeping and going all kinds of crazy. Like 50 pounds of crazy in a 5-pound bag, you know? So 1 hour 45 minutes into the flight, we are now 5 miles from Amami. Still not seeing the top descent. But one way to sort of calculate, we expect to arrive 0323. So basically I would like to be back at 0223. So 1 hour before, and then usually about half an hour before touchdown you'll start your descent. The guitar is calling me. So we'll definitely have some airports on our route here. You can also turn on the airports on the navigational display. So 2311. So we should be getting. Oh, there it is. Come. Oh, we were outside when. That's why I didn't hear it. We received it 2310. Information Romeo 180, 5 knots, 10 kilometers, 2000 feet, 28 degrees, 1010. I think there's actually a zero change here. So we could maybe, before I go and get a beauty sleep, let's set up everything for our arrival. I will top up my iced tea. Then when I get back, we'll set up everything for the arrival, so that at least, you know, that's dealt with. And you know, it's also to prepare, you know, that when I get back I will know exactly what the plan is, because I've been through it, you know. So I'm thinking that's a good idea to wake me up when I get back, rather than have to figure it out all being sleepy and everything. So yeah, so I'll be right back, and then we'll prepare for descent, or at least for the approach and everything. Alright. So we have a runway 20 left. Let me go to the 6th page immediately. We're going a little bit reverse order here, but that's alright. So 20 left, let's go airport. Bangkok and approach. Runway 20 left. ILS or localizer. have a look at how this works navigation-wise. But for now, I just want to start with the fix. So this is your ILS. What does this mean? No, there you go. That's I understand. This is the VOR. And this is our ILS. 1905 109.5, so ISWM. So 7.1 nautical miles. So that should be 015 for the reciprocal. So let's put that 6 in there, and then 015. Then maybe just say 7 miles. And let's also do 015 at 15 miles. So now basically when we start looking at the legs, or the waypoints, on the plan page, we'll first have to arrange things before anything else. So we go through the entire flight plan here. There's the top of descent. So let's zoom in a little bit. So top of descent is a little bit before RUKSA. So if you want to know how far to RUKSA, when we will arrive at RUKSA, we could just let's type it in so we don't mess with that one. So RUKSA, so we type in. I really like these kinds of things. So destination, RUKSA, so that is distance to go, and that's my time of arrival 0302. So that's, I really like that feature that you can plan it like that, you know. So let's carry on. So let's now go, no, let's actually zoom in a little bit further. So easty. Stovky. This is looking maybe a little bit confusing. We'll find out soon enough. There's a little holding pattern. It looks like. So let's have a look at the at all the charts, and things should start to make a lot more sense. So we have the EST1 Charlie arrival, transition altitude, transition level, flight level 130, airport elevation 8. So let's see, no far good. So let me do them and then Gomez Sovki. Will be coming from RUKSA. Yeah, so RUKSA will take us to, I believe you're coming from RUKSA, right? And not from U-Block. But anyway, they converge at Easty. Stovky. So this is like a typical VNAV approach. So this will take us down and up again, and then This obviously means that you'll get, you maintain on 015 heading, and then you'll get vectors by ATC. So after ASCAN, there should be a point where we turn left. So if you now look at our approach chart, after ASCAN we could probably insert a Regier. Probably the approach will start at the room out in the FMC. So Regier, let's keep that in mind. But now this makes more sense. So if we now zoom out a little bit, that is in. That's why this line just keeps on going. It's because we get vectors to a heading of 015 and then it's expecting us to do something. And there is a RevMo, so we can enter both Regier and Rumat. So let's do that. The Regier first, and then Rumat. After ASCAN, so Regier, Romeo, Echo, Golf, India, Romeo. Romeo, Echo, Golf, India, Romeo, Regier, and then Rumat. And before we execute, we'll enter Rumat as well. And then a RevMo can come on the little blockies there. And then now it's showing us in a dashed line basically that after ASCAN we'll take a left turn onto Regier. You can see that's the light on the center line, to Rumat and so on. I guess it looks efficient. Sometimes with these types of approaches, I believe they may actually like vector you to, like if it's not busy or whatever, you know, like hey, you can go from soft key direct to ASCAN. But in this case it wouldn't really make sense, I guess, to send an aircraft here where the general heading would be 2015 coming from soft key, and then, but you know, something like that. You could like skip a point, like they're here and they don't have to use these corners. But they just skip it basically, you know. Alright, so let's confirm these. Execute, and now it becomes the pink line. Now that we've basically briefed ourselves and planned, we will know what to expect. And then our descent altitude, our target altitude, we can set it, I think that will be 1600 feet then. Let's look up here just to be sure. 1600 feet at Bravo Sierra 780. So 1600 feet will be the altitude to which we will descend. We are now on cruising altitude, so we could actually put it down there, but it's really early. Maybe it's better not to do it. But we could put it at 1600 right now. It would make no difference. The moment we fly over the top of the vent, it will just start going down and will not stop. Well, it will stop in the meantime, but will not go below 1600. And we'll try to reach that at the correct moment. So 1600 feet, but I'm not going to enter that yet. What we can do is, we don't have to enter 1905 for the final approach course, and the ILS
frequency, but we do check it at some point here on the red nav or NADAR page. But this will populate as soon as we get once we get a little bit more close to the airport. The flight level transition altitude 11,000, transition level 130. Category 2, Category 1 for the minimums. Airport elevation is 8 and the runway I believe then it was at 4 feet. Category 1, Category 2. So we could easily take 130 feet or 126 feet of radio altitude. So let's just put that in, 126. So first we select radio. Now you can see it right there in the edge of the screen. So put that at 129. Double check again. 126. There you go. That's for radio altitude. I'm not sure what the pause button does. Taking us away. What is that? It's like the nearest VOR station or? NHC. Okay, so I've been looking up a little bit what does the NHC mean. I noticed it after pressing pause, and then it says NHC, and it draws a little line between us with the radio 314 towards it, I guess. Let's see what that's from it, and yeah. So what is NHC? So now it's there you go. Now it becomes KXC. That's pretty sweet. Okay, so what did I find? Let me look at that. It stands for Navigation Heading Comparator. It's a fixed reference point displayed on the navigational display when in pause mode. It's used internally in the aircraft systems to aid in comparing IRS, Inertial Reference System, heading data across the aircraft sensors, primarily for position monitoring. So why do you see it? when you press the pause button on the EVIS, the navigation display enters a special mode called POS Ref, or Position Reference Mode. And this mode overlays your current position based on GPS and the IRS, other position sources like GPS, GPS 1, 2, IRS 1, 2, etc., and fixed reference points like NHC, which is used by the system for cross-checking. It's mostly for maintenance and advanced troubleshooting or monitoring, but not something pilots usually use during normal operations, but it is there nonetheless. That's pretty cool. So it's using VORs then, I guess. So NHC, but why does this say KXC? That I don't understand. Maybe I was looking up, I don't know. Okay, man, so I found a lot of info, so why is this now KXC? And according to my answer, ChatGPT, it says it's a Kalman filter estimated position. In more technical terms, KXC is the label used in Boeing aircraft to represent the Kalman filtered position estimate. That apparently should be some smart blend of IRS, inertial reference system data, so IRS data, GPS signals, if available, and radio position updates like DME, VOR. It's a mathematical algorithm used to smooth and refine positional data from multiple sources. So basically when you see that on your nav display, then in POS mode, you're essentially seeing the aircraft's best estimate of its current position based on all available nav sensors, and that's a summary. Right, that's interesting. I clicked on weather. Well, actually, it appears to be trying to do something. There's a little blob appearing there. So still flying.
continuing up a little bit about the weather button. When you press that, we saw just a little, what's the time? Yeah, that's probably a new weather report. Calm. It's showing you things like rain and snow, precipitation, I believe you call it in English. Now I want to find out if you can set the radar angle. What they're saying is basically it tries to model weather radar that detects precipitation, but not turbulence, also not clouds. Okay, so looking to see if there's a tilt button for the weather. And there's gain, and there's tilt. Let's have a closer look at this. There's no way to zoom in, maybe just do this one. There you go. Now we can properly have a look at it. The weather radar. So tilt is a little bit below zero, so that means it's scanning in front of your flight level and a little bit below it. And the gain obviously is, I guess, let's just see what that looks like if we crank that up. I'm expecting the intensity, basically the way it is drawn. Any precipitation closer, doesn't look like it. Well, it's pretty cool. Okay, so that's our gain. Let's see if we put the gain down. Unfortunately, I cannot get them into view very easily, so I'm just going to do it like this for now, and then we'll go back. Let's just give it a little bit of gain. I cannot really see if it's actually like a brightness kind of thing. Maybe it probably means something else. Let's see. So the gain button is for, or knob is for radar sensitivity. Auto usually good enough for normal operations. Manual gain up, you turn it to the right. More sensitivity is more echoes. And manual gain down, fewer, smaller radar returns. That's basically how sensitive the radar is. Alright. So I'm thinking at least should be an auto. And this is actually, it is called auto here as well. So what if we look further down? Let's see what that looks like. I don't know how fast it refreshes. It's not like there's a line moving across the screen showing the refresh rate, basically, you know.
do a more dramatic change, like as far as down as possible and then as far up as possible. It's still all around there. See if we can, it's hard to get into the same camera view. It's obviously pinging to and from, so maybe that explains why it doesn't appear to be responding, but at the same time there's not a lot of weather around, right? And I was actually thinking for a second to maybe just change the weather for a little bit. But it's probably going to give the aircraft a fright. I'm not sure I want to do this. Well, actually, I really want to, but well, forget it. Let's do it. So live weather off. See, I mean, you get this kind of stuff, just freaks out. Well, I'm already regretting it. So the real world weather back on. Yeah, because all of a sudden, you know, the air pressure changes and everything, and your altitude, and then the plane starts panicking, like, oh, you're supposed to be there and you're not. Alright, okay, so that's the weather. Any other functions there? Let's do this again. That gets the camera a lot closer. So weather radar, down, up, for the tilt. Gain control. What does the test button do? Let's test what the test button does. Man, now we have them in view, but now I forgot which button it is. That one's the first one there, okay. So, let's check this out. Oh, nice, okay. Pretty cool. Something that's really nice, I mean, especially like in the simulator, obviously, because you cannot, you know, you're not very mobile, if you will. Press it and you have a couple of seconds or so to check it out. Alright. Weather plus turbulence. Okay, so this is the left side, and this is the right side, and these are in the middle. Okay, you can switch between them, I guess. Oh, so that's pretty cool. So you can, I guess, let's see, left, right, or they each have their own thingy. I don't know. Why could you switch left to right? I think it goes like this. step climbed. So a new step climb is planned, and it doesn't look like it on the LAX page. It stays at 380 and then it goes to 310, I believe. 380, 387. That's actually going up. 40 and then C. And 319er, RUKSA. So RUKSA, before RUKSA stop of descent, so we're back around PAPRA, 40 miles for GRASO. So if I'm back at around 0300 blue time, and I'm yeah, in time for the top of descent to check do the final weather checks. We set up most of the things, so that's all. Most of the work there is done, and we're thinking about it as well. So certainly weather radar off for now. I don't think we need the simulator to do any things that we're not using while away. In a sense, I could just turn off all these little screens, but I don't know. I'm sitting in the cabin. Maybe it's no longer using it. No clue. So com page. Oh, I just turned that off. No messages. Oh, that's already open. So Sierra, we received this 2337. Yeah, this is the latest one. So Sierra. Surface wind now 200. It's a straight on headwind for us. I believe the runway is actually 195. 3 knots, that's hardly anything. Visibility 10, clouds view 2000 feet, 28 degrees, 1010. So nothing really changed, just the wind direction and the intensity. So cancel it, just to get it out of the new messages window, which is now blue, so you cannot click it. And review of flight info uplink. And here we have our little collection. Well, so everything appears to be in order. Probably it's good thing to just put this like on the fuel or the engines. It doesn't really matter all that much. We'll keep it on the com page. Alright. Going to get a little bit of a beauty sleep here. So this is the part where it might get very understimulating for you. And if you don't like the music that I play, it might actually get a little bit overstimulating for you. Alright man, it's time to sleep anyway. It would be really cute if PMDG developed a modification, or not modification, well yeah, people could make a modification, but if PMDG developed that you can actually enter somewhere through a little door, crew rest only, and then that there's actually a really tiny little space, but it's not simulated, so right behind the galley. Hello ladies. So that will be nice. Alright, so before we I cannot sit here too long and not look at the flight deck. Either I park my ass and I get out of here, otherwise I have to keep on checking. But everything's looking fine. I want to see this. Yeah. Alright, so we'll climb to flight level 40 at some point as well. We'll see how that's going to turn out. And GRASO will be 0249, so if I'm back at 03 Zulu, then that gives me plenty of time. like we're back inside the airplane. Now, before we jump to the cabin, I just want to remind you that you'll probably hear the warning thingy again. Let's just see what will happen. Actually, this time, nothing at all. Alright, so we're getting quite close to the airport. Top of descent in 183 nautical miles, 0305 Zulu. So that's in about 20 minutes or so. Information Zulu current. Surface wind 220 degrees, 7 knots. The wind changed a little bit. Scattered clouds 2000 feet. Temperature 31. QNH 1012. So the first thing we'll do before the top of descent, we'll set our at 40,000 feet, by the way, so the step climbing has worked. Our first altitude, or target altitude, 1600 feet. And that is the altitude 1600, where the glide slope will start to take us down. So, let's see. So 195 degrees heading, 109.5. Go to our nav that page. 109.50, 195 degrees. See if we can get ourselves some VTBS speed. So if we choose flap 30, that would, right now, would give us 133 knots. Basically we have the landing data, we have the radio altitude 126, and our VTBS speed for now 133, 138. We do not have the ILS information up here yet, but that's just simply a matter of getting closer. It's our top of descent coming closer and closer. 44 miles, 0306 Zulu. So 6 more minutes. We have set our descent, our target altitude at 1600 feet. The local QNH was 1011, I believe, on the last weather page. The 240 Zulu. I think that's the latest one, right? We get a weather report at 0300 at 240 Zulu. Time now is 300, 0300 Zulu. Anyway, so 1012. Set. Well, 2 more minutes or so. Miles. So descent checklist. Recall. Checked. Notes skip. Auto brake. We'll go for option 2. Auto brake 2 set. Landing rate of 4 millimeters. 109.50 195.
109.50 and 1905. Check the ref speed, 133. Radio altitude 126 for decision height. So landing data, VREF minimums have all been set. Approach briefing basically being completed as well. We did this before I tapped away. Not really see here, but we'll get the RNAV arrival. So taking us down, left, up, and basically left again. FMC message, drag required. So we just started our descent, immediately saying drag is required. And approach briefing completed. So descent checklist complete. Let's get a little bit of speed brakes out there. We're still a little bit high. Let's get some more drag out. Speed brake retracted. So transition altitude 11,000 of flight level 130. Not really sure why there's two, how that works.
flight level 130, we'll just switch over to local barometric pressure, which should be 1012. Getting a little bit on the high side again, so just want to deploy the speed brakes once more. So I do like that we get this message up here, speed brake extended. And there's a little sound along with it as well. So we're still a little bit high on the profile. So we'll just keep the speed brakes extended for a bit longer. Information Alpha. Wind 2106 knots. Variable from 170 to 250. Visibility 10. Clouds scattered at 2000 feet. 22 degrees. 1012. So 18,000 feet, so descending quite rapidly. Speed brake still extended, that's correct. So expected to arrive now 0331 Zulu. That's in about 16 minutes. Let's strap in our passengers. We're a little bit below the profile to retract the speed brakes before we get too slow. So turn on the passenger seatbelt signs. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We have started our descent. Please return to your seats, fasten your seat belts. We will arrive at our destination, Bangkok Airport, in approximately 15 minutes. The temperature is 31 degrees today, and it's nice in the open skies. We hope you will enjoy your stay. On behalf of Thai Airways International and the entire crew, thank you for flying. Alright, so we got that. 16,000 feet. So in a way we could basically, for instance, choose to go direct to Regis.
we won't. We will need this probably to lose some more altitude as well. But the nice thing with these RNAV approaches. So definitely got lower quite quickly. So now somewhere between 11,000 and 14,000 feet. Getting a little bit high here again. I think I'll just start to nitpicking. Just get us down a little bit quicker. Flight level 130 will switch to local pressure 1012. So at 30, 1.5 miles, speed 250, 12,747. We're on target. Also retract the speed brakes. Oh, the Phoenix are retracted. Very good. I'd rather forget I retracted them than forget I actually to forget to retract them. Okay, so tank standard now in yellow. So let's go to local pressure. Fortunately, the difference is not too big. Cool, exciting. So now on our way to BS 507. 1.2 miles. And then BS 505. That's 4 miles after 507. We're still quite nicely on target there. Let's have our keeper descending. For the current flight time, 6 hours, 1 minute and 30 seconds into the flight. Our fuel, 6.6 thousand kilograms of fuel. Here's our right turn to BS 507, 505, Excuse me. Again, just a little bit high. I'm going to add some more speed brakes now. And we're about to pass 10,000 feet, so landing lights on. Let's also turn the APU back on. And this probably to remind us, speed brake extended. The horizontal situation or vertical situation from top down view. Taking a right turn a bit and then a left turn to regular. That should get us nicely lined up. Let's retract the speed brake. See if she sticks to the profile a little bit. PS 501 or 501 8440, speed 240. Our speed is okay. So approach checklist, altimeters we've set 1012, so approach checklist complete as well. We can go next. Next will be the landing checklist. It means we arm our speed brakes once we're on final approach. And then landing gear down and the flaps to 30. Speaking of flaps 30, let's quickly double check our inlet ref. So now we're down to 132 knots instead of 133. So that is 137 knots on the final approach speed. Cabin is ready. Cabin just reported ready. So on the right to S again, and then we'll take a left turn to right gear. Let's put the approach speed. Have a look. 170. So let's say 137. At the runway. We're getting closer. Got DME on the ILS, 24.5 mile. Get a little bit of speed brake out. Appears to be ever so slightly a little bit on the high side. Let's also turn on the runway turn-off lights now. Getting quite close. Taxi lights as well. That's our speed brake warning. Let's retract our speed brakes. Speed 240 and then 5,415 feet. We're below the glide slope. That's good. Just a little bit on the high side. On our way to Reger now. Once we arrive at Reger, we'll take a left turn. FMC message, drag required. We got a little bit of drag out. So turning now, so let's now go ahead and arm our localizer. And localizer captured. We're below the glide slope, intercept. So let's wait until this is all the way down. Let's wait until we are pretty much established on the localizer. So there comes the glide slope, so let's arm the approach as well. Now 18 miles from the touchdown zone. I'm guessing actually that might be the runway right there. Glide slope capture. Let's arm the speed brake. Speed 180, 170, so that is not, let's first get some more air brakes out, or speed brakes. Distance 12 miles. Let's see if we can go flap 1 now. And
2500.
retracting the speed brakes. Let's have our speed go down now. Go flap 5. We're 2300 feet. Range 9 miles. Let's keep the speed coming down. To flap 15 speed. We're 1900 feet. 8 miles out. Let's deploy the landing gear and get a little bit more drag. And arm the speed brakes. Cabin crew, please take your seats for landing. The speed is really high. See if we can reduce a little bit more speed. This is now 6 miles. See if we can go flaps full.
1000.
We're not really very nicely established, I must say. Speed is still quite high. Let's turn off the autopilot. And then we'll fly the rest ourselves.
Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope. approaching minimums.
Transition altitude coming up.
Minimums.
Proceed.
Sync rate. Sync rate.
So, idle,
30. 20.
flare,
10.
and settle down gently. Well, not sure if that's gently, but what is out? Reverse it out. Welcome to Bangkok, everybody. So let's turn off the landing lights. So yeah, it looked like the aircraft had a little bit of difficulty slowing down. I can turn off the flight directors now as well, don't need them anymore. Let's park up next to the Emirates over there, the A380.
So I'm guessing this is us. Move up a little bit more if we can. Just so the tail is not sticking out, you know. Yeah. Parking brake set. And that's it, man. Here we are. We made it to Thailand. Welcome to Bangkok once again. So the 31 degrees here. It looks like a beautiful day. A little bit of clouds, but otherwise nice and open sky. The aircraft performed very well. The speed management was somewhat of a challenge, you could see at the very last. So that's something to look into, how to manage that a little bit more efficiently. Because, yeah, we did sort of do it, but preferably at 1,000 feet you're pretty much ready, I guess. But, well, here we are. There's the Emirates next to us. So, yeah, man, let's leave with a little bit of music. My neighbors might still be sleeping, so let's not go too loud. And I'm still having the open tuning. Hopefully that wasn't too loud. So, people, thank you very much for checking. And everybody stay funky and keep your loved ones close, man. Love is the most important thing in the world. but who would disagree on that? So here we go. Alright man, thanks again for checking, and see you at the next video. Let's go with the let's see, where are we? Let's get ourselves into the cabin like this. Alright then, thank you very much for checking again, and see you in the next video. Bye bye.